geus lilin mah di dibantu kasuka jadi abdi
several rules for all participants. 1. All participants can stream this conference through Zoom meeting or YouTube account of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung. 2. All participants on the Zoom meeting, please mute your microphone during the event. 3. Participants can ask questions to the panel speakers through chat on Zoom or YouTube by mentioning your name, affiliation, then your question. Please keep it short and precise. 4. The questions should be written in English. 5. A link of attendance form will be available for all participants by the end of the first session. 6. For safety measures during this online conference, please sit in comfortable place, ensure the safety of your electronic device, and ensure your internet connection.
Kumisna sesah hilapna.
Hello, good morning, class.
Aduh, ku nungangkeun tresna aku ngararewa. Aduh kusargang kota nu cangkum jamina tanda kumisna sesah hilapna. Sesah hilapna. Sesah hilapna. Sesah hilapna. Sesah hilapna. Sesah hilapna. Sesah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will starting soon. Please be seated and mute your microphone. The Deputy Chairman of Policy Studies and Innovation at National Institute of Public Administration (IPA), Dr. Triwidodo Wi Utomo, SAMA, Director of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, the Honorable Dr. Joni Daud, DEA, the honorable speakers and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We are delighted to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Administration Science today, October 26, 2022. Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung has the honor to present this annual conference with the main topic, Administrative Reforms Towards Collaborative and Digital Governance Era. My name is Widaningsi.
And my name is Maivista Divina.
And we are the Master of Ceremony of this event. The conference aims to establish international scholars and academic community in contributing and sharing about ideas, development, or lesson learned about administrative reform and digital transformation that shape our current public administration. This conference is divided into 2 main sessions with a complete agenda as follows. 1. Singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. 2. A group prayer. 3. The event report by the Director of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung. The opening remarks by the Deputy Chairman of Policy Studies and Innovation at National Institute of Public Administration. 5. The keynote and panel speech led by moderator. And after the end of the first session, the conference will continue to the second session, which is presentation by all the selected presenters.
For a moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda of this conference is a prayer, which will be led by Mr. Edka Bergi. The floor is yours.
Before starting this event, let us bow our heads, hearts, and souls to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to ask His blessings for our conference today. Let me lead prayers in Islamic way. Participants are pleased to adjust according to their respective beliefs. Let's bow our heads for a moment. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah, our Lord, all praise to be you, the preserver of the universe. All praise for the gifts and pleasures that you bestow on us. Praise to be your majesty, all praise to your glory and power. Today, we've gathered here for the 4th International Conference of Public Administration Science, discuss how to make the best contribution to this nation. Therefore, Ya Allah, smooth it out, bless it, fill this meeting with goodness from beginning to end. Open our minds, flex our tongues, and give us bright ideas to build the strength of the nation through this event. Allah, who knows best, guide us with your guidance, bless us always with your destiny, and make our hearts always happy with your gifts. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina azabannar. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Edka Bergi.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to listen to the event report by the Director of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, Dr. Joni Daud, DEA. Please welcome Dr. Joni Daud, DEA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And the Honorable Deputy Chairman of Policy Studies and Innovation at National Institute of Public Administration, Dr. Tri Widodo Wahidtomo, SIMA, Professor Paul Hammond, University of Queensland, Australia, Dr. Lizan E. Parante Kalina, Dean of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Mr. Zulfikar Amir, PhD, Nanyang Technology University, Singapore, Professor Dr. Ahmad Martado Muhammad, University of Utara Malaysia, Professor Dr. Endang Wiriatmi Trilestari, MSc, Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, Indonesia, and all participants and presenters of the international conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th International Conference of Administration Science in 2022. First and foremost, all praise and gratitude to Allah, the Almighty God, for all His grace and power to bring us all in this online international conference. This international conference basically is the routine international conference agenda, which is held annually by Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung. In 2022, the 4th International Conference is held in collaboration with Indonesia Association of Public Administration, IAPA, Participatory West Java Representative. The other co-hosts which are in charge in this international conference are University of Pasundan Bandung, Widyatama University, and the Fraternity of Lecturers of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, and rapid and advanced development on science, information, technology, and economic growth, the world has changed and altered with what has been called the digital transformation era. In the meantime, the world also was still shocked by the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, which killed millions of people, paralyzed various sectors of economic and industry, and created enormous fear in various circles to effort to adjust to the digital transformation and to reduce the COVID-19 pandemic were carried out by various countries by making several breakthrough policies in various fields, including digital governments, health, social assistance in the form of social safety net, and economic policies to generate economic growth. In this context, government, civil society, private sector, public policy, and administration must always be at the forefront of finding solutions in various sectors of life through collaborative and digital governance. The collaborative and digital governance aspect of public policy and administration formulated by government is crucial in determining how public policy direction will be taken and how to predict its outcome and impact on the current crisis and turbulence. To meet this need of the collaborative and digital governance era, the Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung conduct the International Conference on Administrative Reform toward Collaborative and Digital Governance Era, with speakers of a range of academicians and practitioner expertise in the field of public policy and administration, public governance, political economic, etc. The main objective of international conference is to identify and to understand the opportunities and challenges of administrative reform toward collaborative and digital governance era of public policy and administration. The output of international conference is international proceeding, which will be published in Atlantis Press Index Web of Science. For fourth ICAS, finally, I deliver great thanks to the staff member for ICAS Committee of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung in arranging the conference, which I believe has a great international reputation and a great contribution to our institution. Again, we also very pleased and thank you for keynote speaker and all speakers who present in this online international conference. Your shared knowledge and experiences are helpful in building scientific development in administration science in the future. We hope that all participants and presenters also enjoy this online conference and have fruitful discussion in this room presentation, which will be held after the panel presentation by all speakers. Again, enjoy conference. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Johnny Daud, DEA, for your speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the opening remarks by the Deputy Chairman of Policy Studies and Innovation at National Institute of Public Administration, Dr. Triwidodo W. Utomo, SHMA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, the Honorable all the speakers, Professor Paul Henman from University of Queensland, Australia, Dr. Rizan Parante Kalina, the Dean of the AP, the Philippines, Mr. Zulfikar Amir, PhD from Nanyang Technological University of Singapore, Professor Ahmad Martada Muhammad from UUM College of Law, Malaysia, and Professor Endang Muryatmi from Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, Indonesia. Distinguished all participants, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you to the International Conference on Administration Science, an annual event that is held by Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, one of the higher education institutes in the National Institute of Public Administration, Indonesia. For this year's edition, the central theme of the conference is administrative reform towards collaborative and digital governance era. This is selected to respond to the actual and challenging issues faced by public administration scientists and practitioners. One of the most crucial issues is the rapid development of digital technologies. Digital technology are advanced globally in the last 2 decades, and now every aspect of our lives is strongly affected by technology. Public administration is not an exception. The use of digital technology opens a new way of communication with citizens. As the citizens become more aware of public issues due to easier access to information and the democratic process occurring in Indonesia and somewhere else, public administration must adapt to the demand for accountability and transparency by the public. As technology significantly changes public management, services are expected to be faster and easier to access. To deliver this expected outcome, public administration must be adaptive and nimble. Public organizations need to be agile in utilizing digital technologies. Agility becomes even more important as the global COVID-19 pandemic hits us and causes negative impact on development. Recovery from the pandemic requires a strong commitment from state and non-state actors through collaborative process. Ladies and gentlemen, administrative reform have become a part of an agenda in many national and subnational governments. Inflexible bureaucracy is no longer suitable for the current age of our lives. Therefore, fundamental reform is truly required. In Indonesia, the reform have been implemented in national and local government, and over the years, they have contributed to building a more flexible, movable bureaucracy and improve public services. A working system within public organization also shift into a squad model. The flexible working system that runs a more agile bureaucracy in Indonesia is supported by the implementation of the electronic-based governance system in many lines of governments. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation becomes an integral part of the reform. Understanding the importance of digital system in public administration reforms, Indonesia promotes digital transformation as one of its G20 presidency agendas. Digital transformation is one of the key solutions in moving the economy during a pandemic and has become a new source of economic growth. For this reason, the Indonesian presidency of G20 will focus on enhancing digital skills and digital literacy to ensure an inclusive digital transformation for all. It shows that digital transformation is important not only for bureaucratic reform, but also contributes to the broader goals of recovering the social and economic condition to respond to the multidimensional impact of COVID-19. Integrating digital transformation into public administration reforms requires a complete system to build digital governance. Digital governance as a framework to establishing accountability, roles, and decision-making authority for an organization's digital presence. By providing and strengthening the digital governance, public trust in administration might be increased significantly. It is the positive feedback of the improvement in public management and service delivery. However, how to increase public trust is a challenging task. Despite the commitment to strengthen digital governance, several issues arise or persist. For instance, Data integration is difficult because of the infrastructure and overwhelming regulation. It shows that the efforts cannot be done alone. The demand to transform our governance require commitments from state and non-state actors to work hand in hand in a form of collaboration. There are three key points that we need to ensure the development of the collaborative process in the digital era. The first one is careful planning on how to integrate digital transformation into public administration reforms. As the process is occurring, as we speak right now, revisiting the progress and evaluating the existing governance are important so that we can shape an improvement strategy. The second point to building collaborative governance is to work on mutual goals or benefits so that more actors are interested in the collaboration. And the third one is allowing the process to be free and equal, in which the authorities allow other actors to have a say in a collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation and collaborative governance have been a part of our current attention in public administration. While it is challenging to transform bureaucracy to meet the standard of modern public management, with collaboration and digital utilization, the goal can embody in Indonesia and elsewhere. I hope the conference today will shed light on how the digital transformation has shaped and changed public administration into a better one. Also, how collaboration has contributed to more democratic public management and service delivery. This marked the end of my opening speech. And once again, welcome to this conference. I hope what we gain through this event contributes to the further development of public administration reform towards collaborative digital governance. Enjoy your time and have a great discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Triwidodo W. Utomo, SHMA.
The next agenda is keynote and panel speech. We now pass the floor for moderator, Mr. Indah Anamsari.
Thank you, the MC. Am I audible, everyone? Yes. Okay. I assume I do. So good morning, everyone. The Honorable Director of Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung, also all the speakers I have seen some have joined us today, and also the all participants of this event. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The warmest welcome for all of you to the 4th International Conference on Administration Science. So this is the 4th edition of this conference. Maybe some of you have joined us last year. Welcome back. And this is the event, but now we have a different topic from last year. So the topic is about administrative reforms towards collaborative and digital governance era, a topic that is very actual and is suitable with our current affairs, current development of technology as been delivered by Mr. Triwidodo on his opening remarks. So I welcome all of you to this event. Let me introduce myself. My name is Endah Tri Anamsari. I'm one of the lecturers here at the Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung. I will be the moderator of this session. And this session consists of 3 events. The first one is the speech by the keynote speaker, and the second one, speeches from the panel and the discussion. So for all participants, if you have any question, please type your question on the chat box. So the committee will select some of the questions to be answered, to be discussed later during the discussion session. And the keynote speaker we have Professor Paul Henman. He will join us around 9 a.m. And now I will welcome the panel speaker. All right. Welcome, Professor Paul Henman. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Paul Henman has been joining us, and let me introduce him to you all. So we are very honored to have him here. He is the keynote speaker today. He is the professor in digital sociology and social policy at the University of Queensland. And he did his education in the university. He is working right now on 2 bachelor degrees in mathematics and computer science, and PhD in sociology and social policy, as well as a graduate certificate in education. For over 2 decades, Professor Paul Henman has been focused on conducting innovative research examining the role and contribution of new technologies to governing and governance in contemporary society. So his focus is on the nexus of social or public policy, public administration, and digital technology. He is also particularly interested in the way new information technologies contribute to new forms of policy, governance, and citizenship, and what this means to the operation of power. So I believe that Professor Paul Henman will share so many valuable insights and experience with us today. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Paul Henman.
Thank you very much. Can we have my slides put up, please?
Yes, we will share them.
Shall I share mine?
Oh, yes, you can share yours as well.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you would have them. So thank you very much for that wonderful welcome, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this really exciting and interesting conference. Today, I was trying to, when I thought about how I might talk to this topic and the work that I do, is why I wanted to draw upon some of the research that I've done over the years and think about the way in which digital technologies engage with the questions of collaborative digital governance. And I thought that given the topic of the conference, the people in administrative science, that maybe some of the lessons that we've learned over the last few years or the last few decades in about the way in which digital technologies are engaged in digital in government, and some of the positives and some of the negatives that we can that have occurred in that space. So first of all, this is the structure of my talk today. Is I first wanted to acknowledge where I am. I'm based in the University of Queensland, and as the image you can see on the right of it, the side of the screen is we're in spring, and we have jacarandas blooming, and it's a beautiful time of year for us. And I know from different parts of the world there will be different experiences occurring with fall or autumn and different types of seasonal realities. It's also a time at the moment where students are coming towards the end of their semester and getting stressed about that type of thing. So the other thing I need to acknowledge that I'm participating as a member of a chief investigator of the Australian Research Council funded Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision Making in Society. It's a national research centre funded by the Australian government for 7 years. It is based at 9 different universities in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. And it is investigating inclusive, responsible and accountable the use of automated decision making And my research focuses on government, which of course relates to the topic of today. I also acknowledge that I am sitting in traditional lands of the Indigenous people, the Jagera and Turrbal people, where I located, and acknowledging that this was never ceded. They are, once was and always will be Indigenous lands. So I wanted to just talk about the structure today is really I want to get into the question about wicked problems, because wicked problems become the basis for the need for collaborative governance, the work together to achieve and respond to difficult issues. And then I want to talk a little bit about thinking about digital technology in the role of publicly governance of our societies. And then I want to use 3 case studies to help highlight some of the benefits and also the challenges of using digital technology. And then I will briefly go through 15 design principles for collective governance. And those 2 design principles I've structured into technology, data, and organisations and context. So the first thing to know is that we live undoubtedly in a world where wicked problems exist. Wicked problems, the concept was articulated back in the 1970s by Rittel and Weber. They are defined as intractable issues that bypass standardised rational technical thinking. And importantly to that is when we structure our governments around this is housing, this is the environment, this is tax, this is food security, all of those things put things into a silo. It says this is a particular category. Wicked problems cross over those categories and bypass the needs to respond to those ways in which we organisational structure. And Brian had recently articulated that wicked problems are characterised by uncertainty, complexity, value divergence, so different people involved have different values about or associated with it, and multiple actors. And sometimes the key problem, let alone the solution, is not actually agreed upon. And so just thinking of some examples, we've got the growth of climate change, we have ongoing natural disasters associated with that, but also separately from that. We've just gone through 2.5 years of a global pandemic. And we also have growing questions around disinformation and what is truth, etc. And so all of these are really challenging the ways in which our organisations, our public institutions, manage those really significant social, political and economic challenges and environmental, and really struggling to know how do we deal with them. And so this is where the question about digital technology comes in. So digital technology and public governance, digital technology has been around for a long period of time. It has been examined in the role of administrative sciences, but it's very minor and has been very marginal to those things. And it's only been recently with the rise of the excitement about artificial intelligence that people have really just started to take an interest in it. So I wanted to go back and say, look, it's important to realise that just as the picture on the left-hand side shows from the 1960s and the 1970s, mainframe computers became very much part of what governments were doing, and they become very much important for databases, which are still, the databases are the underpinning, the information infrastructure of government. Government operates on information, and digital technologies have been very important in enhancing that infrastructure. But on top of that, we've now built a whole raft of forms of automation, engagement, and expanded the possibilities of what governments can do. And so on the right-hand side, I've got an image of a chatbot. So increasingly, automated tools can then replace government's engagement with humans by using automation instead of government officials to engage with government. Now, Bovens and Zurich see a change in the process of government from a street-level bureaucracy where people go into an office and interact with a human government official, to screen-level bureaucracy where we have government officials sitting behind a screen and either talking to someone in person or on the telephone, etc., to a system-level bureaucracy, which they argue is a very much an automated process where systems of decisions are totally automated. And we'll come to those example about that shortly. So I want to give 3 case studies, and each of the case studies are examples of different types of things. So the first one I want to talk about is the case study of digital identification. Now, digital identification is a really important big issue, really evolving in a lot of developing countries, but it's also still really, really important in getting things right in developed countries. And the example I want to use is India's Aadhaar card. It was established in 2009. It uses biometrics encoded within the identity card, largely through fingerprinting. It is used as an identity card. It's not a citizenship card. And it really, really is important because the digital identification gives a visibility of the population to the state. So J.C. Scott wrote the book Seeing Like a State, and about the work that is done to make the state, make the public, the world, the nation visible to the governing body is very important so that they actually can manage and govern. And importantly, this is an opportunity for creating and giving rights to people. So in the case of India, the card has been really important to enable access to state benefits. The idea of digital identification also gives legibility of the state to people, but to enable it to understand who it governs and what are the issues that people face so they can address those issues. If you're not eligible, you're not seen by the state, you might miss out. But the flip side of all of these things is there's questions, and very much in the first world countries, is the questions of surveillance and control. But there's also questions that have been raised in India with the Aadhaar card. There's questions of data security, and where we see these hacks of government computers occurring across the world. And most importantly was in the case of India's Aadhaar card, is that there have been data collection problems, because when you rely on fingerprints, many people in India have lost fingers. They've also been working so hard that their fingerprints have rubbed off. And so the very tool to make legible people to the state, there are people like this man here, are not legible to the machine. And that really speaks to the importance of how do we collect data in this space. The second example I want to give is an example of automated decision-making. The example is Australia's robo-debt. So this was a system that was put in place in 2016 and it ran for four and a half years to 2020. What the system did was a process of data matching information about income between the taxation system and the social protection system. And the idea was to identify whether people had been paid more than they were entitled to. It did that by assuming that the annual income in the tax system could be averaged to produce fortnightly income estimates for the social protection system, which payments are based on fortnightly income. Now, what is interesting about this process is that it automated a process that was previously done by humans, but humans checked the potential, the suggested overpayments, and then made a decision about whether it was accurate or not, or whether it was appropriate to pursue. All of those things were automated. And as a result, hundreds of thousands of people, rather than tens of thousands of people, received debt notices. The system overturned the onus of proof on whether you had a debt or not. So previously, the government had to say, yeah, you have a debt, this is the reason why I think you have a debt. Now it was up to the individuals to say, no, I don't have a debt and this is why. And so that computerization, that automation overturned administrative principle, and that was a significant point. What has also been found was that the use of the system using income averaging was found to be unlawful. And as a result, the Australian government had to settle a class action where it recognised that there were almost 500,000 wrongly issued debts and had to pay to over $2 billion in compensation. There's also allegations that people suicided as a result of the receiving debts that they could not pay without understanding the situation. So this is a way it highlights the vulnerability of automated decision-making of some people and the need for government to have duty of care for its operations. The third example I want to talk about, and this is an example of predictive analytics. Now, predictive analytics is where a lot of the interesting work at the cutting edge is happening. It's about the ways of using big data and also machine learning, but it can also be more traditional statistical analysis to identify what might happen or the risk of a person of a certain circumstance. It can be used in the criminal justice system. In this case, the Allegheny County's family screening tool is on child protection. Based in the US, it was again established in 2016. It's used in a call centre where people are notified of possible notification of child abuse or neglect, and it classifies the risk of that call about the child into a category from 1 to 20. And you can see that image on the right-hand side. The way it classifies it is by you drawing in data from collected data sets around education, schooling, health records, social protection benefits, criminal justice connections, all sorts of those type of things, and makes that assessment. It uses, original tool uses statistics, and then it used machine learning. Now, one of the critiques of this process, well, actually one of the benefits is it argues that it more accurately helps workers to identify where to put their resources in addressing those most in need. But it also is argued to actually reduce racial bias amongst human operators. At the same time, there has been a critique that actually the data that's used is biased in itself and can to reproduce problems because of that bias. The other issues is that it's not responsive to family changes. So if a parent was not capable of looking after a child, but then receives treatment and training and is now capable of looking after the child, the system doesn't do well in recognising that. It also induces unhelpful behaviours. For example, seeking help with an addiction or a child with a challenging behaviour, etc., can actually count against you. And so families are not seeking help when they actually could be benefit from doing so. And the last thing is that process may lead to a de-skilling of government officials because they become more reliant on using the tool rather than using their own professional judgment. And so thinking about these dynamics of the ways in which digital technologies really are engaged with and operate within a government organisational context is really, really important. So I now want to move into those questions about design principles for collaborative government. And the first design principles relate to technology. The first one is that digital technology creates new possibilities. So I want to look at that image in front of you of the road going through a forest. When we create a road through the forest, it creates new opportunities for travel. People can move through that forest much faster than they previously could. They can get from one side to another. But at the same time that by creating the road, we actually close down other possibilities. So, for example, people walking across the other way, animals walking across the other way, those opportunities get lost or make it more difficult. And that's the same with digital technology. We need to be alert to the fact that just because digital technologies can do so many flexible things, it doesn't necessarily mean that it closes off opportunities. For recently, the former Chancellor of the UK has admitted that he couldn't increase COVID support during the COVID pandemic because the systems they had were not able to enact or pay out the benefits because the systems were too slow to be too difficult to update. The second thing that flows from that thing, that first principle, is that digital technology is not neutral. It changes the way in which organisations, governments operate. Just like the example of robo-debt, introducing the automated process fundamentally changed the administrative principle of a duty of care, of onus of proof, etc. And so the automation and technology brings about significant changes that we need to just avoid thinking that digital technology is not human administration by other means. It actually can come with it different forms of administration. The third thing I want to say is that we need to think beyond the intended and unintended consequences. Often when we create in digital technology is we have a view in mind, and that view in mind is what we design for, but we need to think outside of what those intentions are. As Paul Virilio said, with the creation of the ship was the creation of the shipwreck. So it's the people who create a ship intended for something to travel across the sea, but the very time they probably didn't intend was it for the sink. And the makers of the Titanic is an example of that. So we need to be alert to the ways in which the technologies we create may also create significant consequences outside of what we're designing for. And for example, in domestic violence situations, we need to make sure that this technology is not usable by others to further abuse people or create opportunities for cybercrime to hack into those systems. The fourth design principle is digital technology is not the solution. And that may sound strange coming from someone like me, but I want to say the answer to the response, the answer or the solution to wicked problems is not digital. The answer is an organizational, technological, social solution. And we need to think about digital as part of that solution, but is not the solution. And the reason why I say that is particularly computer or companies will often push their particular software, their tool, etc., and say, this will solve your problems, or this will create more administrative benefits for you. We need to stop and think and go, no, what is it we're trying to achieve organizationally or as a government? And then what role might digital technology have? And so that's the point I have about on the right-hand side of trying to fit squares into round holes. That digital technology may not be that solution that we want. The second thing that comes from that is that high tech does not equal best tech. And again, this is what we call technological solutionism, or the allure of shiny objects. Because it's new and shiny or new and exciting, it's often not necessarily the best tech for the job. It's not necessarily the best solution. So the last solution point there is that I want to say is that we need to start not with the technology, but with the problem we're trying to address and work through that problem rather than starting with the digital technology. The next design principles relate to of collaborative governance relate to the question of data. And these questions of data are important because data is very much part of the processing of digital technology. Data is input, data is output to the digital technology transformations. And as I said before, data is information which governments rely on significantly to do their work. So the first thing is that big data is beneficial only if it is reliable. Now that seems obvious, but too often people think that if we just get all enough data, it wouldn't matter if it's a little bit rusty or around the edges. It's so big that it will all work out. Big data is really, really important, but we actually need to be very careful and understanding the ways in which that data is created. I have a colleague called Philip Gillingham who does a work with social welfare organisations in child protection. And one of the things that he says is that very much at the intake level, when you're first collecting data about an emergency case, is you're collecting basic data. Often that data is very poor, it's not necessarily accurate, it's the first cut, but that data then gets fed into the system and it becomes objective, it becomes true. The computer says no, the computer says this is right. And so we actually need to think about, well, what is the ways in which this data has been created? What does it reflect? And that speaks to the second, point number 8, that data reflects the world and its creation. And that example I gave before is the Aadhaar digital identification card shows that if it only collects fingerprints, it's missing the people who don't have fingerprints. So we're missing certain ways of thinking about the world. We're missing some populations. I've also got some example on the right-hand side, the pie chart. And this is an example of America and the way in which it understands race. It categorizes everybody into these different races: white, Asian, Black, Hispanic, and AN. And the question is, like, this is a way in which to classify society. Now, for many other countries, that seems rather odd. The idea of race as defined in that way, it seems rather odd. But if you've got a data collection tool that structures your data collection in that way, that is all you can see. Where are the people who are mixed race? Or what about ethnicities? Why put everyone into Asia? How is that a meaningful category? And so we need to think about the data, the structure of our databases, the structure of our data collection tools, because they fundamentally shape for administrators what they can know, what they can't know, and it can mean that their understanding the world is very problematic. And the ninth point there is the data are not a full reflection of the world. So as those examples suggest, is that the way in which the data structures shape the world, and they actually are not a full reflection of the world. So Virginia Eubanks, in her book Automating Inequality, gives the example of Medicaid, the health insurance system for people in poverty. And they have a classification in their system called failure to cooperate. And that if you looked at that classification and you said, oh, that person failed to cooperate, what do you imagine you think that means? You think that they are not helpful, they're not willing to help, they're not working with you. That classification is given to those who haven't responded for whatever reason. So, for example, in her case study, someone went into the hospital and was not able to actually answer a letter that was sent to her. That was seen as failure to cooperate. And as a result, she lost her health insurance while in hospital. And so we actually need to think about, well, what does the message of that category actually mean about the world? The other element of the data, and the example that I give on the right-hand side, is from the COMPASS system in the US, used to profile the risk of offenders. And here we have two examples of two petty theft arrests. On the left-hand side, a white man has been classified as a low risk of 3, and on the right side, an African-American woman has been classified as a high risk of 8. When you actually look into the details of those cases, the actual risk profile is quite problematic. It is probably the complete opposite to what that system actually assesses. The problem is that the data has been collected, represents racial bias within the policing system within the US, racial bias in the justice system, and racial bias in the imprisonment system. And so the way in which the data that's being used to automate and risk assess is actually repeating this very bias that was started. And we've seen this case come again and again and again. Google, when it first started, reproduced bias. Tay, Microsoft's Twitter bot, created a sexist, racist, bigot within a few hours because it was trained on sexist, racist, bigoted Twitter content. So the way in which data is operating can reflect bias, but may not be an accurate reflection of the social situation that it's seeking to represent. And the last point I want to make about data is that it's really, really important to think about how do we manage the tension between holistic knowledge in collaborative governance of wicked problems we want, like poverty, child abuse and neglect in the environment, disaster recovery. We want to have holistic knowledge about the situations. We want to draw upon all of the information we have at hand. But at the same time, we need to balance that with privacy requirements. So, for example, in Australia recently, 2 years ago, we had Australian bushfires, and a lot of people who lost their houses and all of their belongings and their documentation did not have any identification of what they were, who they were. The Australian government introduced briefly the use of facial recognition systems so that they could identify these people. But they did that for a very specific and limited purpose, but recognising that facial recognition systems can actually be quite problematic in use in other areas. So they tried to manage the issues of privacy with the need for the specific need of that particular time. The last area is of design principles for collaborative governance. It relates to the organisation and the context. So in this place, I want to first talk about the way in which that collaborative governance and digital technology use is really important about what is the context that we're working in. So the first design principle is to understand the context and the domain of the problem. I say that administrative scientists like yourselves, is important and makes sense. But too often from a digital technology perspective, where we think we have big data will tell us everything we know, we have people designing systems they design them from their lived experience that are often males were highly educated who don't necessarily experience the same things that they're designing their systems to deal with. And so we need to, the digital technology is often designed without an understanding of the context and the domain of the problem. So for example, the child protection system, they just use data. The designers didn't actually have an understanding of what are the drivers for child protection. What might be the important things that we need to know in designing our digital system rather than just use the data we have. So really important to understand the context and the domain of the problem. That goes back to my point before, is that you don't want to start with the technology. You want to start with the problem and identify solutions and then speak to, well, what role might digital technology have? The second thing is that we need digital design and development requires multidisciplinary teams. And this is really important. I give an example in Australia is where we introduced a new online reporting system for unemployed people to report their job search activities through a web portal and a smartphone app. And we actually have legislation in place that the automated decisions need to be transparent, equitable and unbiased. The problem is that the designers who developed it have no idea what that might mean, and they didn't talk to anyone to know what that might mean. How do you make it transparent, explainable, and unbiased? What we do need when we have these developing teams is actually to connect the people who understand the problem, the context, understand the organizational context, understand the solution context. Excuse me. And some working together with all of the stakeholders. And importantly, as in this space is increasingly we're moving towards a co-design opportunity. Moving towards how do we actually design digital technologies with and for the people that are going to use it, whether it's the government administrators or the people that are being served and providing services from government. The 13th point is to maintain administrative principles. Digital systems require legal analysis and overarching governance settings. The example of the robo-debt that I talked about is that there wasn't that legal analysis. There was an analysis of the administrative processes and principles. And so as a result, robo-debt disrupted those principles, disrupted the legal process. And so when we're designing systems, we need to make sure that our digital systems are actually legal and accountable. And that means putting in place processes that allow for administrative, that's typical administrative review processes. For example, just making sure that an automated decision is counted as a government legal decision is important. There have been cases across the world where a computer has made a decision on the base for a government administration, but that person disagreed with it, but the law said it couldn't be appealed because it wasn't a formal government decision. The second thing I want to say about the principles is that increasingly we have a big discussion about artificial intelligence and automated decision-making, and what are some of the ethical and human rights-based approaches to making sure that they are designed in a way that is ethical and transparent and accountable. And so that's the image on the right-hand side. And there's a lot of work been happening in there. There's a lot of work at a conceptual level, a legal level, like in the European Union, the General Data Protection Regulation, and the new proposed Artificial Intelligence Act, providing really important frameworks for thinking about how these technologies are used in a way that is consistent with government and administrative principles. The 14th design principle is to identify the appropriate relationship between humans and automation in administrative decision-making. And this is the what we call the human in the loop response requirement. And the tension between is often people think that we have either human operators or computer operators. We need to think about that as a continuum about what role does humans play in this whole process. Computers can make decisions, they can calculate things, but there could be humans that sign off on that decision. So needing to understand and build into what role do humans have in this decision-making process. We can also start to think about the ways in which we can use digital technology to enhance human decision makers rather than to replace them. How can digital technologies give intelligence, give robust information, analyze data, provide insights into what they're dealing with, like modeling? Increasingly, governments are using computer models, using digital twins, etc., in helping governments and human governance to actually work through the issues. So they actually work out what to do. So thinking about that proper relationship between humans and automation is really important. And the last thing I needed to say in terms of design principles is to create an implementation and transition team that includes top-level leadership and resourcing. We really cannot achieve digital governance and good digital governance if we don't have a really important top-level leadership team that buys into, that champions the digital technology as an organisational, not just a digital technology as the only solution, but as a major organisational change and redesign. We need to have appropriate resourcing for doing that. So all of these 15 design principles are really, really important to thinking through the issues when we are building digital technology for society and for creating, addressing the really collaborative governance requirements to address the things like wicked problems. So digital technology is going to play a really important role in our enabling governments to be better at addressing really complex things. But we need to do it in a way that's really careful and designed intelligently rather than starting with the digital technology as the solution. So I leave it there and thank you very much. And I hope that has been helpful for your conversation.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Paul Hedman. Okay. That's a very interesting speech. Thank you so much. So everybody, please give a virtual applause. Give your reaction on the below of your screen. Okay, thank you so much. So the speech, there are some interesting points that have been raised by Professor Paul Hedman. So we see that there is a weak problem in the government, and there is the technological development that might contribute to change that. The artificial intelligence, we can use that in changing the machine and human interaction. And he also presents some case studies, namely the digital identification in India, automatic decision making in Australia, and also about predictive analysis. But he also presents that the technology not only has the benefits, but also have some critics. And based on that, there are 3 design principles to collaborative governance: the technology, data, and organization and context. The last one is very interesting because we have to understand about the problems. And this is one of the most interesting points for me personally, because okay, we now have technology, but it doesn't solve everything. Professor Paul Hedman has said that technology is not neutral. It has its own downside and bias, and it's not a panacea to solve every problem. So we have to integrate the technology into any other system, the social, political, economy, and that's how to make a governance work. That's a very great speech, Professor Paul Hedman. Thank you again. And so ladies and gentlemen, I know that some of you now might have some of the questions. So if you have any, please write on the chat box by mentioning your name, affiliation, and the question. And the committee will select some of the questions to be discussed and answered later. So now we should move on to the next session, which is the presentation by the panel speakers. We have invited 4 panel speakers, and some of them have joined us. Each of them will speak for 20 minutes. And I have to say in advance, I'm sorry if I have to cut off your microphone because we have a limited time for panel discussion. Let me introduce the first speaker. I will invite Dr. Lizanne Ferrante-Kalina, the Dean of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Good morning, Dr. Lizanne.
Yeah, good morning, Enda, and it's my privilege and pleasure to be here with you again, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's also our privilege to have you here. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Dr. Lizanne to you. Dr. Lizanne holds both Doctor of Public Administration and Master of Public Administration degrees from the University of Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance. She finished her Bachelor of Science in Mass Communication, major in Public Relations from the University of Negros Occidental Recoletos. Dr. Lizanne has an academic interest in leadership and futures thinking and foresight, for example, the Pronetic Leadership, Leadership for Development, Organizational Management, Public Sector Reform, Innovative Governance, Knowledge Creation, and Hiraya Foresight, and many of her research and publication are in line with this topic. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Lizanne Ferrante-Kalina. Dr. Lizanne.
Yeah, thank you again, Inda. And I'd like to share with you my presentation deck. And in this presentation, I am joined by Professor Dean Mitchville Rivera. So basically, my presentation will concentrate on digital governance towards collaboration, particularly with the local government units. And I'd like to begin my presentation with this comparative study conducted in 2018, which wherein the Philippines ranked sixth, and meaning to say that when it comes to digital literacy, well, we are, in fairness, no, with the government, we are doing well, but we really have to move forward. And in 2019, within the Philippine context, about 63.6% of people in urban areas are digital literate. And in the Philippines, 6 out of 10 Filipinos are digital literate. And that is according to our Philippine Statistics Authority. So in the past few months, we've conducted a number or series of learning activities for our local officials to really set a digital mindset and collaborative mindset to all of them. And this was introduced to the counselors of the Philippines. And the context really there is, of course, we are living in the VUCA world. We are faced by, existential risks, and likewise, so many uncertainties. So our questions to them, one of the questions actually, what does the future hold for our local government units in the country? So given that we experience the impact and the implications of the pandemic, meaning to say that we have to move forward. So here in this scenario, we look at foregone revenue of private schools in Philippine peso. And if the opening of school year for 2020 to 21 is not pushed through in August, then we'll lose around 55 million. And then, of course, for scenario 2, around 142. So it's really a big loss for the country. And digital governance is very important for the Philippines. So here we introduced to them what is digital governance all about. Of course, looking at the context of Philippine administration, and when we talk about modern public administration, digital and collaborative governance must be incorporated in the shift now, in this paradigm shift, especially PAS governance from 1990s to the present. So in the Philippines, actually, we have a number of platforms and mechanisms, but I'd like to just introduce to you very briefly digital governance as referring to administrative processes involved in delivering open and efficient services to the public through digital technology. And there are a number of literature defining what is this digital governance all about, but its focus is really on efficiency and effectiveness, including open line, open communication, and also establishing lines of accountability, and the modernization of adding or creating public value to the existing services. So another area that we have to look into is this one. How do we operationalize digital governance and collaborative governance in the government? Well, of course, we have to look at government to citizen, and that is enhancing the delivery of public services, government to government, improve transactions with other government agencies, and government to business, and that is open transactions with the business sector in order to increase public sector transparency, integrity, and fight corruption. So these are the strengths of digital governance, introducing, of course, new modern facilities, excellent management, reduce labor costs with digital governance, and of course, it boosts interaction. Likewise, it clarifies the responsibilities and empowered to hold public servants accountable. So given all of these areas where digital governance is very important in public administration, I'd like to introduce you likewise to the beginnings of digital governance in the Philippines. Actually, I have to start with this one. And of course, this was introduced in the 1990s, and DG, or digital governance, was developed by the Barack Obama government with its advocacy of an open government in 2009. And in our constitution, it states there that communications and information play a vital role in nation building. Thus, we have these mechanisms. Actually, in 1990, we started with the public telecommunication Communications Policy Act of the Philippines. These are two key developments that took place during the administration of then President Fidel Ramos, and the other one is the National Information Technology Plan for the 21st century in 1997. So it's somehow a forward-looking document that really looks at the future of public administration by incorporating ICT, or information communication technology. And likewise, in 2000, we have, during the time of then President Estrada, he introduced Government Information System Plan, and it recognized ICT as a catalyst for developing new and better services for the public, and of course, providing foundation for creating an online government. And in 2006 to 2010, we have the so-called Philippine Strategic Roadmap for Information Communication Technology. And this is really about empowering our government agencies to implement ICT, or to operationalize ICT, and the creation of the Commission in Information Communications Technology. Right now, we have now the Department of Information and Communication Technology, which of course is the lead agency in promoting digital governance. And of course, the Philippine Digital Strategy Transformation 2.0, this one is a document that is innovative, a globally competitive and prosperous society wherein everyone has reliable, affordable, and secure information access in the Philippines. So this is very good, not only for the citizens, but also for the business and for the government to government as well. And during the time of President Benigno Aquino, we have this e-government master plan in 2012. As you can see, it's evolving and it's really developing. And the goal of this is to achieve transformative e-governance by enabling the achievement of good governance goal, including, of course, operational efficiency, transparency, and accountability. So at present, we have data protection, data security, and expansion of IT infrastructure. And these are expressed in our National Cybersecurity Plan 2017 to 2022. And that Philippine Development Plan, the Data Privacy Act, and as well as the National Broadband Plan in 2017. But of course, there were some limitations, and right now, the DICT, or the Department of Information Communication Technology, is really improving our mechanism. So given all these, we are now in the process wherein we are not only capacitating, but likewise we are operationalizing digital governance under our under the local government units. So part of that is capacity building. And as you can see in the next slides, we have already the so-called operationalization. Like for example, this one, we have amusement tax, business tax, and real property tax payment portal. This is an e-payment portal in collaboration with Land Bank of the Philippines, and this is also in collaboration with Naga City. Naga City is also one of the pioneering cities in the Philippines that introduce e-governance. Likewise, we have the so-called automated building and construction permit application, and this is in Valenzuela City. Valenzuela City is one of the major cities that is in the urban area that is really into digital governance. And through digital governance, they were able to collaborate with the citizens and with the business sector very closely. Another thing with Valenzuela is the Paspas permit. You'll be able to get your business permit in just 10 seconds. So imagine how fast that is. And Valenzuela was able to garnered the Digital Governance Awards in 2020. So this Paspas permit, you can just stay at home, pay your real property taxes online. So you have only 4 steps there, and in just 10 seconds you'll be able to get it. So this is very remarkable and amazing. That's why Valenzuela City is one of the cities that is being eyed for benchmarking by other cities in the country. Not only that, Valenzuela also garnered the 2020 Most Business-Friendly LG Award, and there are a number of categories and a number of indicators for them to qualify as a business-friendly LGU. Also, this one, Valenzuela is one of the top 10 outstanding local governance programs declared by Galing Pook, is the prestigious award-giving body for the best practices when it comes to program. So in this PAS permit, there are 4 areas that we can look into to improve the quality of services, more employment opportunities and competition in the local market, and also opens the opportunity for the businesses to benefit from Republic Act number 9501, and that is the Magna Carta for micro, small, and medium enterprise. Then the supply of goods and services offered increase, and likewise the growth and the development of the city are already ensured. So this is very collaborative and with the use actually of digital governance. And likewise, Valenzuela City LGU, through the implementation of its PAS permit system, set in motion the use of ICT to initiate government processes that can augment public and private transactions. So this remarkable initiative of the city of Valenzuela has served as an instrument for efficiency and for making the application and renewal process of business permits more convenient, especially to government employees and to the applicants, since every transaction will be processed online. So as one of the scholars of public administration practitioners as well, I happened to visit Valenzuela, and they really have a seamless transaction in the city. So the system has also allowed the city government of Valenzuela to accumulate taxes despite payment deadlines being authorized to be extended. So as I mentioned, in just 10 minutes, you'll be able to get your permit now, 15 to 30 minutes at the city hall. And this was very helpful during pandemic. Right. So the city of government has also sought their commendable position to facilitate a system of innovation by the principles of e-governance, with the critical goal of fostering new ideas that flutter the foundation of new services and projects. And that is really adding value to existing products and services. So with that, Mayor Rex Gatchalian of Valenzuela, now Congressman, said that Valenzuela simply believes that when you want to shake things up and disrupt things, it doesn't just fall in the realm of private sector. So he used to benchmark with Uber, Alibaba, Grab, and Amazon, and these are best practices in the private sector that we can also apply in the government sector. So he mentioned, why can't we do the same applications in governance? And that's why we decided to go online end-to-end business permit application system in Valenzuela, according to Mayor Rex Gatchalian, now Congressman or representative of the district. So again, this best practice centers on maximizing the potentials of digital technologies in e-governance and perceived to be adaptive to the needs of the citizen users of PAS permit. And this new service provision system will really fortify the momentum of information communication technology use in the public administration governance of Valenzuela City, as mentioned earlier, for efficient, transparent, and innovative policy design and delivery. So as observed, Valenzuela City is really forward-looking, and they look at the features of Valenzuela City for the next generation, not only for today, but likewise, it's really forward-looking and outward-looking as well. So this is really a collaboration with the citizens. There are other best practices also in other government, local government units like Liluan. They have this e-governance system for LGUs, particularly data on Purok system membership in all 14 barangays of Liluan. And likewise, Cagayan de Oro, they have the pay bill online. And in Manila, they have Smart City of Manila to monitor flood monitoring, prevention, traffic management, Manila resident issuance. Cagayan City also, they have a smart innovation, and other local government units likewise. Clark City is developing also to be a the green city using IT technology. So how do we prepare local government units to have that digital mindset? Well, of course, these are just few of examples. We have visualized converge command and control that can be used during emergency. Also, the command system, computer-aided dispatch, go digital to improve efficiency, and intelligent video surveillance, and also the smart pole solution. We have that critical communication for emergency response, smart law enforcement, mobile surveillance dispatching. And right now, we are also capacitating them to do the public-private partnership in order for them to go digital. As we all know, we need funding for digital infrastructure. So the road ahead for digital governance towards collaboration is really creating the right mindset for digital governance, include digital governance in the executive and legislative agenda, and ensure the digital budget and the annual investment plan, and likewise explore public-private partnership for digitalization. So that ends my presentation. I think I have 4 minutes left. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lizan. So ladies and gentlemen, could you please give a virtual applause for Dr. Lizan? So that's a very interesting speech on how the Philippines, how the country has done so much in terms of using the ICT. So she has told us about the background and the policies in the Philippines in using ICT in public service, cybersecurity plan and policies, also building technological infrastructure, and also even presenting the best practice from the city of Valenzuela and Clark City. Thank you so much, Dr. Lizan. And I ask you for your understanding to wait a little bit. We will come back to you and Professor Paul Henman later for discussion. Because now I would like to invite the next speaker has joining with us. Joining with us our next speaker, Mr. Zulfikar Amir, PhD. He is an associate professor of science, technology, and society in Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Mr. Zulfikar holds a bachelor degree in design and master in development studies from Institut Teknologi Bandung in Indonesia, a master in design from Arizona State University, and PhD from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in the US. And his research and his research include the science and technology studies, technological politics, development and globalization, risks and disaster resilience, city and infrastructure studies. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next 20 minutes will be with Mr. Zulfikar Amir, PhD.
Thank you so much, Bu Enda, for the very kind introduction. So I'm actually based in Singapore, but I'm joining this conference from London. So here, it's actually 3 o'clock in the morning, so I have to wake up, much earlier to do this talk. But yeah, I'm really happy and very pleased to share my talk, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me here. It's such an honor to be able to present a topic that will touch on different aspect of technology, because that's basically the core of my expertise. The topic that I would like to talk about in this presentation focuses on the experience of Singapore. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah. I will try my best to finish my presentation in time, so please give me a time reminder. So I believe everyone in Indonesia know where Singapore is, very close to Kepulauan Riau, and it is a country that is very small but super rich. And I would like to tell you a story about this person. One of the highest value companies in the world is Apple. And Apple was co-founded by two persons who share a first name, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. And the person that you see in my slide is Steve Wozniak, because Steve Jobs already passed away a few years ago. Steve Wozniak was invited to come to Singapore to talk about innovation. And then in one of the events that he attended, he gave a comment that many Singaporeans found it to be very unpleasant when he said that. Just a minute, let me. Oops. So Steve Wozniak said that the innovation will not emerge in Singapore because Singapore is not does not tolerate people from from thinking out of the box, and this is really hurt a lot of Singaporean. But I think the question is whether Singapore really needs a company like Apple's to grow and become rich. And as a matter of fact, Singapore can be considered to be a country where innovations and technological progress have been advanced for very, very fast in the past 30 years. So what is the key ingredients that led Singapore to be a country that is very small but also very rich? And this talk will touch on three aspects in which we will explore the social, political, and technological dimensions of Singapore as a country. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Singapore, it is a country with a small population, 5.7 millions. And basically only 3.9 millions are citizens and permanent residents. So it is very, very much, much smaller than Jakarta or even maybe Yogyakarta or Surabaya. And as you can see here, there are three major ethnic groups: the Chinese, the Malay, and the Indian. But if you compare the income per capita, Singapore is actually richer than some of the OECD countries, including USA, Japan, and Germany. As you can see, this comparison of GNI per capita, and you can compare how much GNI per capita in Singapore with GNI per capita in Indonesia and in India, two other countries that are also emerging. And the total GDP of Singapore is $533 billion US, which is roughly 1/3 of the total GDP of Indonesia. So it is 1/3, but the country itself is much smaller than Indonesia. And as you can see here, the proportion of economic sectors mostly come from manufacturing, from trade, finance, and etc. So there's no more traditional or traditional sectors left in Singapore. There's no agriculture. There's no low-paid job. All of those have been gone for long. And in terms of manpower, Singapore has two universities that are in the top world, including National University of Singapore and Nanyang Technological University, where I'm teaching as a faculty member. Now, one thing that I would like to highlight here is the fact that Singapore is actually the largest country, the country that has the largest investment in Indonesia. So when we talk about foreign investment in Indonesia, a lot of people think that maybe China or Japan spend a lot of money in Indonesia. The fact is that Singapore has contributed the largest amount of investment. So by 2017, it contributes 19.5% percentage of the total FDI inflow to Indonesia. So the question is, what have contributed to the ability of Singapore in achieving this remarkable economic development? There are three aspects that we can highlight here. The first one is stable politics. The second one is limited space. And the third one is strong technocracy. So these are sort of the triangle that becomes the foundations of the economic sustainability of Singapore for many decades. And I would like to highlight each of these points so we can have a good understanding of how they are interrelated. Now, Singapore, since 1965, became an independent country, and it has been ruled by one political party called PAP, or People Action Party. And it is this party that has been able to maintain political stability, although there's been some gradual transformations that the party has managed for the past 20 years. And in terms of the economy, we can say that a lot of economic sectors in Singapore are dominated by state-owned enterprises, or in Indonesia we call it BUMN, right? So yeah, in Singapore there's a number of BUMN that plays a very important role in pushing for higher economic growth, including Singapore Airlines, which is one of the best airlines in the world, GTC for construction, SP Group for publishing, MediaCorp for media industry, and Singtel for telco, which owns some shares of Telkom. So the state-owned enterprise has a very important role in running the economy, and if we count the entire contributions of this state-owned company, it makes a total of $400 billion. But despite this political stability and very pragmatic, economic policy, there's one thing that really marks the way Singapore see themselves and how they manage their economy and build their society, which I refer to as a deep sense of vulnerability. Since independence, Singapore has always seen itself as a country that is very, very vulnerable. The first source of vulnerability comes from the fact that it is a very tiny island. Originally, Singapore, now, if you look at Singapore total landmass now, it's a 700 kilometers square. But if you look at the original landmass, it's actually much smaller than that, which is around 500 kilometers square. So Singapore for the past 30 years has been reclaiming and expanding its territory. And this become a source of major growth for Singapore, because they really need more space to expand their economy. Now, geographically speaking, of course, Singapore is located in a very, very strategic position, which is in the southern tip of Malay Peninsula. But because it is flanked by two Muslim majority countries, there's always a sense that Malaysia and Indonesia will somehow attack them. So this becomes sort of a sense of vulnerability as well, and it becomes a motivation for the country to strengthen themselves, to build their own technology, because they don't want to become so much dependent on other countries. And another aspect that really, shape the feeling of vulnerability is the fact that Singapore relies so much on globalization, but it is because of this reliance, it is very, very vulnerable to global shocks. a number of global events that have happened in the past, including the SARS, COVID-19, the Haze, 9/11, and of course, Asian financial crisis in 1998, tell Singapore, gave Singapore lessons that they are very, very prone to global shock. And that's why they really need to prepare for that. And so in the early 2000s, Singapore began to seek for a new source of foundation for social and economic progress. And in 2005, a small committee was formed to formulate a new economic strategy, and they decided that Singapore must, move towards science and technology, because this is the sector that can, render Singapore to be more self-dependent, self-reliant, and become more prominent, especially when it deals with neighboring countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. But if you look at science and technology policy in Singapore, it's not something that only began in early 2000, but actually started in 1970s. Although back in the 1970s, the science and technology policy, were not formulated as it was formulated in 2000. In the 1970s, Singapore already placed, already pay attention to innovation and the role of technology, but they don't want to spend a lot of money just to, just for the sake of curiosity. So this is a phrase very famous from Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, who said that we will not spend millions of dollars only to find out how the butterfly flies, which is very sarcastic. But the main point here is that they don't need to reinvent the wheel. They just want to apply the technology that other countries already developed and then use it in for their own purpose. But then this becomes something different. It's transformed into a more basic science policy in 2000s, when Singapore realized that they need to go further into the basic research. So that in 2000, starting in 2010, Singapore started investing a lot of money to push innovation through scientific research, basic scientific research, such as in biomedical science, new material, electronics, quantum computing, and etc. And this can be seen from the amount of money that it has spent for the past maybe 20 years. So you can see here, this is the percentage of the expenditure for R&D to GDP. We can see here Singapore has a steady increase of the expenditure, R&D expenditure. It only surpassed by China in 2013, followed a little bit by Malaysia. And if you look at Indonesia, it is very, very, low. So in Singapore by now, I think this is quite, outdated, but by 2020, the expenditure has gone up to about 2.1% to GDP. So there's a steady increase of R&D budget, and we can see here from the 5-year plan of the research and development national policy. From 1995, which spent 2 billion to 2000, it went up to 4 billion, and then 2005, 6 billion, and then 2010, 13 billions, and later, it went up 16 billion, and the latest one is 19 billion. So 19 billions is equal to 194 trillion rupiahs. And the ecosystem of research, innovation, and enterprise in Singapore is quite unique, because research and innovation is basically under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So they don't have like a research for Ministry for Research and Technology, just like in Indonesia. Although in Indonesia, it was abolished 1 year ago, but in Singapore, the ecosystem of research, innovation, and enterprise is built under the trade and industry. And then there's some institution that is also put under the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. And then there's a number of labs that is cross-secting into these different areas. Now, what we can tell from this structure of the research, innovation, and enterprise ecosystem in Singapore is that the way they put the research institution under the Trade and Industry Ministry and Education and Health shows that every research institutions has a direct link to the user. So it's not something like you have a research lab that conducts research, but then the result is not really used by the industry or by the community. In Singapore, they make sure that every innovation that they produce will have a purpose, will have a function, and will have an economic value. And this is the key to the success of research, innovation, enterprise success in Singapore. And now there's a number of government agencies that play a very important role in the development of research, innovation, and enterprise, including, as I said, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Energy Market Authority. There's this institution called Agency for Science, Technology, and Research, which is under the Ministry of Education. And there's also an agency that specializes in providing public housing, which is the Housing and Development Board, Urban Development Authority, and etc. So the activities of research, innovation, enterprise are very much scattered around all of these agencies, and this becomes sort of the landscape that contribute to the ability of Singapore as a country, as a nation, and as an economy to be continuously innovative and productive in making sure that their economy stay advanced compared to other countries.
Pak
So
Zulfikar, you have a minute left.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so basically this is the framework for technology domain. So let me just skip this. So the question is, does it really work, the investment that Singapore has spent in pushing for research and innovation? And there is a study showing that yes, all of the money that the Singapore has spent for pushing for research, innovation, enterprise are paid off, and this has direct contributions to the economic growth of the country, which also play an important role in generating externalities and spillover effect through many sectors in Singapore. And this one of the spillover is the emergence of entrepreneurship of the country. So in conclusion, I would say that the stated support for science and technology in Singapore has been very, very strong. And we start with pragmatic oriented policy, but then it changed over time to more strategic. And it has been supported by a very cohesive institutional structure that have a more integrated, movement. And this is not only for economic benefit, but also for the self-dependence and self-reliance of Singapore as a small country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zulfikar Amir. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your virtual applause for Dr. Zulfikar. So, Dr. Zulfikar joined us from London. Thank you so much. You're losing your sleep time, but we also hope that you will stay with us because I'm sure that our participants still have questions
Sure.
and we need to discuss some things with you.
Sure.
Okay. So that's a very interesting speech on especially about Singapore, how Singapore have probably many other factors that contribute to their richness. They are a small but rich country. So the factor include the political stability. They have many state-owned enterprises, and also they have deep sense of vulnerability that drive people probably to work harder, and they also very pragmatic in terms of adopting and issuing policies. And that brings the question, brings a question, how does the technology contribute in building Singapore? But that's for the next discussion. I'm sure the participants also have many questions. So please wait for a little bit, Dr. Zulfikar, because we will move on to the next speaker. Okay, our next speaker. Okay, let's see. Has Professor Martada joined us? If not, no worries, because we still have 2 speakers left. Now we will invite the next speakers. Joining with us, our very own Professor Dr. Endang Wiryadmiti Lestari. So, Prof. Endang, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay,
Bu
good morning.
Enda.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for joining us, Prof. Endang. Let me introduce you to our participants.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, her name is Professor Endang, one of the professors here in Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung. Prof. Endang got her bachelor degree in education management from Indonesia University for Education, a master and doctoral degrees in public administration from the University of Indonesia, graduated in 1995 and 2004 respectively. Professor Endang research includes system thinking, innovation in public administration and public service, bureaucratic reforms, and collaborative governance. So I'm sure she will share her insight and experience. So ladies and gentlemen, please give your warmest welcome to Professor Endang Wiryadmiti.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Enda. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The first, I am Honorable Professor Paul Heman, keynote speaker from University of Queensland, Australia. And also, I'm Honorable Dr. Adi Suryanto, MSc, Chairman of NIPA. And also, I'm Honorable Dr. Triwidodo. I'm Honorable Dr. Lisan E. Paranti from Philippines. How are you? I'm Honorable Mr. Zulfikar Amir, PhD. And also I'm Honorable Professor Ahmad Martada B. Mohammed. Of e-government and accelerating bureaucratic reform in Indonesia. Okay, could you help me? Okay, the first I would speak about the conventional public administration is characterized by work that is style carried out procedurally, convoluted, and more face-to-face, and also long-term impact is back of competitiveness due to lack of service excellence. The era of e-government bring everyone rushing to keep up with technology development and carrying out their activities. So the government-based function to serve the community become a very important part to regulate it. The government technology bring new change in everyday life. I was studying from Morse and Anja, and this new technology is reframing community interaction, especially to serve. For this reason, it is very important to prioritize reform, especially in management related to services. The role of electronic-based government, and we call SPPA a National Digital Transformation Framework. Following the development of organization, important attention for the government in the policy of bureaucratic reform in Indonesia is also directed to the existence of an electronic-based government system, or SPPA, in 2019. Government Regulation number 95. This policy is to ensure a framework that ensures the implementation of regulation, direction, and control in the implementation of SPPA in the integrated, effective, efficient, and sustainable manner, as well as realization of the quality electronic-based government system, or SPPA services. With the architecture SPPA, there are the Minister of Community and Information, and 2, the Minister of National Development Planning of Bappenas, and 3, the Minister Electronic-Based Government System Coordination Team is as the Minister of, number 2, Pak. Okay. Bappenas, and then the Minister of Communication and Information of Kemenkominfo, and the Minister of Finance, and then National Research and Innovation Agency names. And then once more, the Minister of Home Affairs or Kemendagri we call, and we call Badan Cyber Sandi Negara of that is the role of cross-ministerial in realizing electronic-based governance. And following this policy is to ensure a framework that ensures the implementation of regulation, direction, and control in the implementation of SPPA in integrated, effectiveness, efficient, and sustainable manner, as well as the realization of the quality of electronic-based government system, or SPPA service. The quality of SPPA service refers to output issues by one or more functions in application that have useful value. The value of this benefit is the principle of effectiveness, cohesiveness, and continuity, efficiency, efficacy, accountability, and interoperability and security. some of the main characteristics that should be paid more attention that effort encourage digital transformation, the implementation of innovation, faculty-based decision-making, customer-oriented based services, development of new skill and capability, utilizing the latest technology and commitment to a better development database decision-making. That is the sum of main character in the SPPA architecture. Common challenge to drive digital transformation. Only change the process. Just change the process of paper-based to digital-based system, and a barrier of still found, insulated scale and silo work teams, and limited transformation, making change that are limited to the technology management team, and also only focus on product. The service only focuses on the product and limited of the application. The change made are only limited to application development without thinking about governance. And how to start digital transformation in government in scope in Indonesia. The purpose of building of this SPPA is to have an electronic-based government system or SPPA architecture that integrated all business process, data and information, as well as infrastructure, application, and SPPA security, which result in integrated SPPA services. This SPPA architecture become a national development planning document. The implementation of government policy with SPPA in Indonesia, which has been started at SIAN 2018, is still not going well, even though the community participation index is very good. This policy is an attraction for the people of Indonesia. The implementation of e-government policy with SPPA in Indonesia, which has been started at 2019, is still not going well. The result of the less than optimal e-government program with the name SPPA as will still not good, which is indicated by the new index research, which is the rank of 107, even though this condition has increased comparative. Then 2018. The increase is the index continuously seen, but has not met expectation in 2020, and the manager to increase it significantly and put Indonesia in the top with ranking of position in 1919 of 193 countries. Participation index is a ranking at position in 99 group of very high participation index. This government carried out with digitalization has been well carried out by community and can be said to be pleasing to all. And characteristic of user-oriented service design, understand user and how user interact with government using specialist tool and research technique, learn about user development hypothesis and test ideas. Each user took active result group and empathy to understand and contact and potential barriers or interaction. Conduct tests to ensure the product work of user. The research was conducted using qualitative approach in my research, combined with subsystem methodology or SSM, and problem are elaborated with CATBU. We call CATBU. This is customer. Customer is individual who receive the output of both positive and negative transformation, and actor, the people who will carry out the transformation activities is the system is material and transformation. Purposeful activities which expressed as a transformation of input or output to be generated, and with view of the surrounding environment on the implementation and development of e-government, and honor with the system decision maker who are concerned with system performance and environment, plus in major constraint beyond the system boundaries and significant in implementing e-government. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you are still following my presentation. The result of research can be elaborated through the existence of mandate from the president of the owner who has taken steps. 1. Expand access and improve digital infrastructure and internet provision. And 2. Preparation and of a digital transformation roadmap in strategic actor, and actor, in this case the Minister of Bureaucratic Reform, as a coordinator consisting the Minister of Communication and Information, Minister of Home Affairs, Minister of Finance, Minister of Bapenas, PPN of Bapenas, Head of BRIN, and Head of BSSN. Together carry out the transformation e-government through SPPA in the integrated manner. The related environment include the government sector, public service, social assistance, education, health trade, industry, and broadcasting. The integrated data center preparing human resource with digital talent. Of course, there are regulation funding the financing scheme quickly. This is welcomed by the community of a customer, so that this can increase the effectiveness and efficiency of administration in the government, internal operation, and decision-making process, according to environment need as overview. The implementation of e-government as digital transformation can be said to be the digitalization of government. Therefore, the management of e-government carried out with SPPA is a transformation of conventional public administration to digital public administration in which digital government. This is underpinned by the following policies. President Regulation number 95 concern electronic peace government, and President Regulation number 39 as a government data governance policy to produce data that is accurate, up-to-date, integrated, and accountable, as well as easily accessible and used for inter-agency communication, agencies both central and regional that meet data standard. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of the evaluation of the success rate of e-government implementation in Indonesia would for the central and regional government, or generally refers to the institution, and so the number of carry out the implementation of government in 2020, which it categorized in less than 150 institutions, only 125 institutions. It was categorized good and many as 205 institutions, and very good and as many as 26 institutions. However, after the integration and usability of the application built were used as indicator, then in 2021 will be changed with detail less than 130 institutions down from 2020, only 125 institutions, good as many as 25 institutions, and very good as many as 26 institutions, and very far above the standard 9 institutions. Weaknesses of the various agencies value in the implementation of government. Until now, there is still 2 agencies to has integrated L program, both e-government and system and application. And conclusion, the government provides a very educated transformation of public services, and its implementation is welcomed by community as customer, and lack of success in view of the speed of innovation of the people who participate and welcome in e-government with less balanced policy direct. But basically, e-government in Indonesia is running quite well, although it's developed, it is a bit slow. This thing that needs to be improved is the integration of the system with one guide based on data. Kindly attention. I would like to invite you asking questions and suggestions. Thank you very much, and see you to in 5 ICAS next years. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Endang. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your virtual applause for Professor Endang. So, what Professor Endang has explained is about electronic-based governance system in Indonesia, the one that has been mentioned by Dr. Triwidodo in his opening remarks. So, that's the system on how the Indonesian government integrated the ICT to our governance. But as Professor Endang has mentioned, there are challenges to that system, especially in terms of digital capability, also about how the tools used sometimes are friendly, so not really user friendly, and also the problems includes how the process itself is not really integrated, because one agency and the other, the government body, sometimes not working together to form a collaborative governance yet. That's the case in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again, for staying with us. And actually, we still have one more speaker, Professor Martada, but since he still has a meeting with the Ministry of Education of Malaysia, so now we will proceed to the discussion session, because I know that there are many questions already from you. So I will invite back the speakers, Professor Paul Henman, Dr. Lizan, Dr. Sulfikar, and Professor Endang, because we will have a discussion session. And I also invite the committee. Let's see about what questions from our participants. Oh, sorry. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, apparently Professor Martada has joined us. Yeah. Good morning, Prof. Martada. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us, Professor Martada.
Yeah.
Is it
Thank
okay?
you.
Is it okay
Yeah.
to do your presentation now, or you still
Yes.
need? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Can
Okay.
someone show my slide presentation, please?
Yes, but before that, Professor Martada, let me introduce you to our participants. So, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen, Professor Ahmad Martada Mohammed, he is from the School of Government, University Utara, Malaysia. He got a bachelor degree in political science from Southern Illinois University in the US, a master in public administration from Indiana, Illinois University, and a PhD in public administration from Southern Illinois University. Prof. Martada has done research and publication on the topic such as good governance, public administration effectiveness, strategic planning, and public participation. So I'm sure he will have so many things to share with us. So Professor Martada, the next 20 minutes are yours. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Martada.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. First, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizer for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on a very interesting conference talking about governance, smart city, digitalization, and the way forward. So the topic of my presentation also falls under the same kind of theme, which is community empowerment in smart city governance and analysis of smart city initiative in Malaysia. So for my introduction, of course, everybody is aware of the fact that nowadays urbanization is something that we cannot stop, all over the country, all over the world. A lot of countries are undergoing rapid urbanization, and rapid urbanization poses a serious challenge to urban development, especially in regard to urban diseases, in terms of becoming a lot of issues, traffic issues for urban development, and also congestion, overpopulation, urban poverty. These are some of the issues facing a lot of city managers throughout the world. And my topic today will fall under three themes for the concept of smart city. First one is using information, communication, and digital technology to address urban challenges. Secondly, how smart city can improve and increase economic and business activity. Thirdly, how smart city continues to foster public participation and urban innovation. Next, the concept of smart city, if I'm sure everybody is already aware of the concept of smart city. In fact, in Indonesia, I'm sure there have been a lot of cities that have been trying to introduce smart city, and that also is similar to Malaysia. There have been a lot of initiative for our government to introduce smart city. So basically, whenever we are talking about smart city, it is not only about the application of ICT in improving the infrastructure, but more importantly, it is the capacity to integrate people, information, and technology in building efficient, sustainable, and resilient infrastructure. So that's basically the core concept of smart city that I'm talking about. And I'm sure this is the kind of concept that is applicable to all cities throughout the world. So in Malaysia, we have a framework of smart city. And next slide, please. Next slide. So the concept of smart city framework in Malaysia, the purpose is to address urban challenges arriving from rapid urbanization and is also meeting national and global agendas using state-of-the-art technology. And the aim of Malaysia is basically to position cities, some of the cities, to be on par with other smart cities throughout the world or globally. And next. So this is basically the component of smart city in Malaysia. We have 7 phases. The first one, of course, the focus on smart economy, where the focus is on introducing digital economy. This is the way forward in a lot of countries and a lot of cities in the world. And second aspect of smart city in Malaysia is to focus on smart living. And this is where the focus is on maintaining safety and security for citizens in a smart city. And the third component is smart environment, whereby environmental protection and preservation should be the main agenda of the city to make sure that resource management can be sustainable. And in fact, the city is aware of some of the issues and challenging to make sure it is moving towards enabling low carbon city and green lifestyle. And the fourth component is smart people. So this is where people can be empowered to continue to communicate with the city using technology to make sure that good moral values, first-class mentality, and gender and vulnerable group, are being taken care of, and the city should try to be more inclusive of all people in the community. And the fifth component of smart city framework in Malaysia is smart government, where e-government services will become the core business of government, where open data and information disclosure should become the norm of every city council in Malaysia. So that whenever we have an open and transparent business transaction, then the city is more competitive and it is more attractive to investors, not only from domestic but also from international. And the sixth component is smart mobility, where the aim is to provide seamless and efficient connectivity, integrated, safe and reliable routes and public transportation. And finally, the last part of component of smart city in Malaysia is smart digital infrastructure, where comprehensive network coverage should become the main objective of the city, where the city should be able to provide high-speed internet. And not only that, in terms of providing safety and security to personal data protection, and also enhancing cyber security measures. So in Malaysia, there have been a lot of initiatives. Next slide, please. Some of them have been very successful. I'm sure some people have traveled to Malaysia. They might have also been to some of the cities like in Penang, in Johor, in Selangor, in Kuching and Sarawak. And these are the cities that have been very advanced and at the forefront of the smart city initiative in the country. And the next slide is the objective of this research is basically to focus on how to develop smart city in the state of Pahang. This is one of the states in Malaysia. The reason being, there is no comprehensive impact study to ensure the implementation of smart city in Pahang. And some of the critical aspect of smart city has not been given enough attention by the city council, namely security and safety, because security and safety is always at the top of the agenda of every initiative by the government. And of course, it is also something that becomes the main concern for citizens. So providing safe city is always key challenges for government, mayor, and policymakers. And in terms of methodology, I have me and my friend, we have done interview. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are the key personnel that were involved in the study. Head of section, economic planning division, head of section, information technology, and so on and so forth. And next slide. And these are the method of obtaining information. We have done online interviews. We have also conducted online observation as well as online document analysis. And the framework that we propose, next slide please. This is the framework that we propose for introducing Kuantan Smart City framework. There are 4 themes that are critical in terms of governance, where we divide into policy direction, budgetary allocation, and involvement and engagement with multiple parties. And then smart city component, which include all the framework that I have discussed earlier: smart living, smart economy, smart environment, smart people, smart government, smart mobility, smart digital infrastructure. And in terms of smart city initiative, we have also detailed out what are the things that could improve the effectiveness of the introduction of smart city in state of Kuantan. Improve quality of life. The focus is on high quality healthcare, smart electric meter for housing, digital budget, and then safety and security, safe city, sensor system security, enhancing personal data protection and cyber. This would be the main focus of my paper today, safety and security, because basically the focus of Smart City Initiative is quite comprehensive. So probably there will be not enough time for me to delve into all those sub-components of Smart City Initiative. So I just wanted to focus on the safety and security aspect of Smart City Initiative. So let's look at the findings. Next slide, please. So in terms of governance, policy direction should be consistent with the policy direction of the country. State government has also allocated certain amount of money to ensure the effectiveness of Smart City Initiative in the state of Pahang. And then involvement and engagement with multiple parties has always been the utmost concern for the city council, because after all the decision makings that will be taken by the city will always have an impact on the citizen in the city. So city council continues to continuously engage with a lot of communities in the city. And in regard to safety and security, and this is the most pressing issue, and not only in the state of Kuantan, but also all over Malaysia and all over the world. Safety has always become the main concern that has been significantly discussed, and in fact it is affecting the quality of life of people living in the area. And also nowadays with the rapid urbanization comes social issues, and the most important critical aspect that continues to confront a lot of cities nowadays is the increases in crime rate, which significantly affect the safety and security of the local citizen. And therefore, security has always become one of the critical measurements in quantifying the quality of work life in the city. So what are the measures taken and introduced by the city to ensure the safety and security of the citizen? So one of them is the introduction of command center, where everything is being centralized to ensure all the data, all the information are being stored, so that every decision that is made will always be made by the central agency who knows about what is transpiring in the city. And then the second component of safety and security is the safe city. So there have been a lot of measures to ensure safety and security of the citizen. So pedestrian walkways, provision of bollard, cleaning, tidying, check and protected areas, making roads safe and cleared of the obstructing element, and to reduce risky blind spot areas, which become normally the place where a lot of bad people continue to gather around. So by reducing risky blind spot areas, so it can ensure safety and security of the citizen, where citizen can freely roam the areas. And also the introduction of sensor system, where the creation of database of dangerous materials, database of available sources, personnel, and possible threat, acting as an early warning and alert system, so that it is easier for the city council to make informed and better decision making, especially in regard to search and rescue operation, so that fast and reliable exchange of information, particularly during the emergency time, can be gathered and disseminated to citizens. So having all this information, at the central agency would be very easy for the city council and important personnel to make decision. And the other aspect which is also very critical nowadays is the enhancing of personal data protection and cyber security. So this is one aspect that becomes the concern for every citizen in the country, especially with a massive digitalization initiative by the government. So government agency should start protecting community data from any leakages, because most of the time people are saving their official document through cloud application for security and accessibility purposes. So if the system is not safe and secured, there is a possibility that a responsible party will tend to take advantage and use the data for their own purposes. So this is something that a lot of people are afraid of, and try to push the government to ensure the safety and security of their data. And then by having strong cyber security, all this data can easily be protected. And the basic security and privacy of smart cities are very, very important to ensure the success of the introduction of smart cities, especially in the state of Pahang, in the city of Kuantan. And finally, coordination of information. Next please. Next slide, please. Yeah, coordination of information is always pertinent, especially in regard to a lot of information, because citizens wanted to know about a lot of information, and if the critical information is not being stored in a specialized agency or specialized office, then it will be very difficult for the city council to inform citizens of what is going on in the city. So ultimately, engagement with the citizen is very, very important in the smart city planning, so that nobody will be left behind. If we are talking about the inclusivity aspect, if we are talking about the diversity aspect, we have to make sure that every citizen is being involved in terms of decision-making process. So engagement of citizen is very, very important, especially in the introductory phase, where whatever decision that need to be taken should always be taken in regard to the input and participation from all segments of the population within the city. So at the end of the day, my conclusion, next. No, before that, please. So conclusion, there are 4 key goals of creating a safe city that can be used as a guideline to realize the Safe City program. And not only in Malaysia, but I believe it can also be used as a guideline for other cities that plan to introduce smart city concept. 1, a city that is free from violence, damage, property, life, such as snatch, theft, burglary, theft, and so on. This is very, very important. 2, cities that are free from destruction and disasters due to natural disasters such as flood and landslide. Because in the state of Kuantan, it is always exposed to natural disasters such as floods and landslide. So it is critical for the city to ensure the safety and security of the citizen. And 3rd, a city that is free from social and moral decay, such as drug addiction, theft, white-collar crime, corruption, abuse of power, loss of integrity, and so on. This is also critical, because with rapid urbanization process, it tends to also bring along a lot of crime that occur in the city. So it is something that city councils need to be aware of, and steps or initiative need to be taken to ensure that the city is free of social and moral decay. And finally, a city that is free from indoor and outdoor accidents such as road accidents, fall from buildings, fires, and so on. So I think these are the 4 components of creating a safe city framework that can help in terms of making sure whenever the implementation of smart city, then it can basically offer a comprehensive features that ensure the safety and security of the citizen within the city. With that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Martada. So,
No
ladies
problem.
and gentlemen, please give your virtual applause for Professor Martada. So, that's an interesting sharing about how the smart city is done in Malaysia. So, there is a framework for it already, and the framework has 5 components. And of course, to do smart city, Malaysia needs policy direction, also budget allocation, engagement with all the actors, and of course, Malaysia also need to pay safety and security. And I think it's relatable. So I hope we can also learn from the Malaysian case. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still staying with us. Now we will be doing the discussion session. There are some questions that be displaying some of your question to be answered. 5 speakers to come back to us to answer the question. Thank you so much for staying. Now the question is, I will read some of the question and later give the opportunity to all speakers to answer. The first question, wow, this is for Mr. Zulfikar. There are many questions for you, sir. From Eri Hari Wibawa from Sarolangun Regency Local Government. The first question, seeing the progress of Singapore and the level of income of the people is very high, is this directly proportional to the level of happiness of the people? Is there any study results about it? So probably want to ask about the impact on economics, right? So the second question also still for Mr. Zulfikar from Pak Hendrikus from Politeknik STIA LAN Bandung. How is the strategy of the government and related stakeholders to utilize information technology or the era of digitalization in the success of one of the strategic issues, the green revolution and the G20 in the future? And from Pak Hafid, still for Mr. Zulfikar, what do you think about Singapore in the next 10 years? Maybe your own prediction, and how relevant its condition or situation should be with Indonesia at the time. So that for Mr. Zulfikar. But before you answer the question, we will move to the next question. Is there any next question? All right. From Eri Hari Wibawa, asking about there any experience best practice to develop digital technology for a remote area that have limited access, especially to improve public service. So this is not addressed to particular speakers. So I asked whether Professor Paul Henman and Dr. Lizan can share their experience. Have you any experience, probably research about how to develop technology-based governance in remote area? Is there any next question? Next, hello. So,
Did you want me to answer the question?
yes, but there is still a question. I will read first before you answer. Okay, thank you. The next question also still from Singapore. Wow, Mr. Zulfikar, you got a lot of questions. For principle of governance, leadership is the key, a stake for everyone, opportunities for all, reward for work, work for reward, and anticipate change, stay relevant. So the question is, how is this Singapore government to make this principle to core of all public policy? So probably that's all of the question for now. Oh, there is still one more. What are the steps to implement digital government in cities that are not yet database based in all public service, and what must be prepared to make it happen? So how to make digital governance if everything is not yet a database based, probably not using digital data yet. So this is probably for Professor Paul Henman, if you also have something to share how to develop that, and Dr. Lizan, and also probably Prof. Martada and Prof. Endang, anyone, if you have any experience, you can share to us. So that's all of the question for now. I will let the first one to answer. Probably Professor Paul Henman, do you want to share first?
Thank you very much for that opportunity and for the wonderful questions that people have raised. One of the questions that towards the end was very much about the remote access, and I think it might surprise some of our audience to know that Australia is a very large continent, the size of the US, even though it's a tenth of the population. That Australia, even though it's a high income country, it's a wealthy country, people living in the remote areas have probably got some of the worst access to broadband and digital technology than any other places in the world. In fact, it has been said that some of the remote areas of Africa have better access to broadband and digital technology than some of our people in Indigenous Australia. I've got a colleague doing research looking at access to digital technology in Australia. And one of the key things is to thinking about, well, what is the appropriate infrastructure? What is the infrastructure you have in place? What is the infrastructure that you can build that is appropriate for that location? So this is not just the telecommunications infrastructure, it's also about electricity. You can't have functioning digital technology without electricity. And so making sure some of those basic things are there. What we do know from around the world is that it's really important to not think about broadband, but think about mobile technologies, because mobile technology is much more accessible for people. And then people are far more likely to use access internet through mobile phone, a smartphone, rather than from a computer, etc. So thinking about how we design technologies for that. We also need to think about how do we design systems so that if the internet or the electricity goes out for periods of time, whether it's even for a few days in Australia, how then can people reconnect? So when we've got systems or government systems that rely on people responding immediately, we can't assume that in remote areas. So we really need to think about how do we design, what are the infrastructures in place that first. So that was one of the questions that someone said. Do we want me to answer other people to answer the same question, or do we want me to answer multiple questions first?
You can answer multiple questions first.
Okay, all right, thank you. The other one, I guess, is that one of the questions that was raised was, what do we do with cities that have no databases? And I think that's important because, look, I'm going to be very honest. This is not my experience. You will be more expert than me in a lot of those cases. But if we're moving from a paper-based system to a digital supported system, involvement in digital, we need to think about, well, we already have an information infrastructure. You have paper, you have forms. That provides a foundation for thinking about, well, how might you just start a structure for your database? But importantly, this is a really good opportunity to start with. The question is, what data do we need to address the new problem? Now, one of the key challenges of moving from paper forms into a database is databases have very structured information, and often we don't think about that structured information. And when we do that, a lot of the nuance, the descriptions that we might have on paper based with just case files, etc., some of that gets lost, gets missing. And so we need to think about, well, be alert to the fact that when we create databases, we may end up losing important information that government administrators might have. So we need to be very mindful of the way in which we create a database so that it can be well structured, and not to have too much structure to the database, because if the database is too structured, then we end up limiting the administrator's capacity to fit the information into the system. So that's an important consideration. Another question that came up is, how do we change people's mindsets about when they're actually negative about digital technology? And how do we get them to come aboard onto digital technology to address big social problems? And I think the first thing is to say digital technology will not solve a problem that is social or political. We need to solve social and political problems with social and political solutions. And this is the problem. Some people think the digital tech provide the solution. And I'll give you an example from many years ago. The idea that digital technology will enhance democracy is widely used and continues to be articulated. And in most countries, not Australia, but most countries, voting is something that's optional. And increasingly we see across a number of countries, the number of people who vote or choose to vote decreases over time. And this is called a democracy deficit. And a number of people have said, oh, well, if only we provided voting online, there'd be more people who vote. That misunderstands the nature of the voting problem. Now, in places like the US, where they have voting on a Tuesday, which is on a working day, and during working hours, that might be an issue. But in other places, people are not voting because they don't have trust in the system, or they don't see any point in voting. Having a digital technology that enables them to vote from wherever they are is not going to change people's involvement in the democratic process. So we need to realise that digital technology will not solve social and political problems. And I think the last one that people said is, how do we raise awareness for people who are technologically averse? And I think we need to understand first why people are technologically averse to technology. I'm someone who's used technology, but I'm also critical, and I don't want to adopt it just because it's new and shiny. So you have to ask, well, why are people averse? Why is it just the change? Is it they have really concerns about privacy, or they feel uncomfortable because they don't understand it? So we need to start from where they are to address their concerns. The other thing is to make it meaningful. The digital technology has to mean something for them. It has to fit into their everyday lives. It has to provide an opportunity or a purpose or a benefit for them. So rather than just saying, here, we've got the digital technology, you must use that to interact with government, make it reasonable, make it meaningful for them, make it where they're at. And those people who are more higher incomes, who are more educated, our assumptions about who are going to be using digital technologies are limited. And I go back to my colleagues' research on Indigenous Australians. What we know, and this is the case in a number of developing countries, is that a smartphone in a lot of developing and rich, developed countries, rich countries, and people who are more wealthy will have one phone for themselves. That phone is related to their individual. But in many communities, a phone is a resource of the household or even a community. There is no one-to-one correspondence between that mobile phone number and a single person. So we need to be aware that we're not making assumptions about those things when we're designing it. So I think those are some comments that I hope are helpful in addressing the questions that were asked.
Thank you so much, Professor Paul Henman. So, yes, thank you for reminding us about the most important thing about digital infrastructure is electricity, because in rural area, everything is different. So all the technologies won't work with electricity. And even in Indonesia, we also still have that problem. So not every area has an access to electricity. And also, Prof. Herman, thank you so much for answering about how to use the the database on how we need to build. But before that, we have to understand what kind of data we need. So it's come back to your point earlier in your speech that we need to use the technology based on our needs. So it's based on the problems. Thank you so much. And now we move to the next speaker, Mr. Sulfikar.
Yes.
Okay, you got a lot of questions, so I will give the next opportunity for you to answer those questions.
Can you show me the questions again? Because I don't really remember all of them.
Okay, you got a lot of questions. Wait a bit. We will show you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for these questions, but there is a typo in my name. My name is Sulfikar Amir, not Sulfikar Ahmad, unless there's somebody else in the conference whose name is Sulfikar Ahmad. Anyway, so the first questions, yes, there's a number of studies that shows that Singapore is one of the least happy in the world. So yeah, the happiness index of Singapore is very low, much lower compared to Indonesia, of course. In Indonesia, 80% of the population feels really happy with their life. But in Singapore, despite the fact that the country is very rich and the income per capita is one of the highest in the world, a lot of Singaporean citizens feel unhappy because of the pressures in social and economic life. So this has become a social issue, a social problem in Singapore that the government have been trying to alleviate for the past 15 years. So there's a number of programs that encourage Singaporean people to be more happy. Let's see if within the next 5 years, Singapore could become one of the happiest society in the world. Regarding the strategy to utilize IT, there is one big program of digitalization that Singapore launched, I think 10 years ago. It's called Smart Nation, Smart Nation program. So this program is under the Prime Minister office, and it's focused heavily on providing digital infrastructures to all Singaporeans, whether it is for social, economic, or commercial activities. So if we look at the ranking of digital preparedness in the world, Singapore is one of the top 10 in the world. So the digital infrastructure in Singapore is very, very advanced. It's well structured, well integrated, so that then this becomes sort of the foundations of Singapore to transform itself into a digital economy. In the next 10 years, I'm quite confident and quite optimistic that Singapore will continue its expanding growth, and Singapore will still become one of the richest countries in the world, and its role in Indonesian economy will remain very, very strong. So that's why Indonesia needs to be nice to Singapore, because there's a lot of things that Indonesian government can learn from the way the Singapore government handle digital infrastructures, public services, and urban spaces. I think there's another question for me after this.
Yes, there is still a question for you. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Next one.
I think that,
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Oops. Go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 principles of governance. Okay, let me see. Well, Singapore is one of the most transparent and accountable government in the world, and it is the least corrupt country compared to other Southeast Asian countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangkok, and now Thailand, and etc. And the ability of Singapore to maintain this clean governance lies in their commitment to rule of law. So this is the foundations of basically the way the government bureaucracy is managed and is operated. And of course, everyone who is part of the government agency is well rewarded, and this is very fundamental for any government to become a working government. So so Singapore has created a working environment that support the employees and give incentive, enough incentive so that they can work without so much pressure, and the work is very well rewarding, and there's a lot of opportunities for government employees to improve themselves, such as going back to school for higher degrees, or maybe take some training overseas, and etc. So this in turn contribute to the performance of Singapore government overall. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zulfikar. And we are sorry about mistaking you to Ahmad. So, Mr. Zulfikar Amir, thank you so much for answering the question. And I know you got a lot of questions already, but there is one more thing that I personally wanted to know, because you know that you have talked about how Singapore has developed their governance and all. So, how does the technology plays a role in all of that?
There's no one single institution that is responsible or put in charge for technology development, but there's an array of different institutions under different ministries that work together to develop technology. For example, there are R&D labs that is under the Ministry of Health. There are also another group of research institutions under the Ministry of Trade, under and also under the environmental ministry. So basically, almost all government agencies and ministries have a unit or organization under them that develop technology. Especially, I think most notably is an organization called DSO. DSO is basically a research lab that develop a technology for defense, and they have a lot of spillover to other sectors.
Okay, thank you so much. So still, yeah, technology still is playing a role in Singapore governance. Okay, so now we continue to the next speaker, Dr. Lizan. We will invite you to share about maybe perhaps the experience of the Philippines or elsewhere about how to develop a digital infrastructure or all. Do you have anything to share? So please.
Yeah, thank you, Enda. First, we know the role of ICT in PA and governance. It's very imperative, but at the same time, it's overwhelming. So like in the case of the Philippines, for example, our local government units, also the national government are overwhelmed on how are we going to use technology, especially when looking at data and technology. as basis for an evidence-based policy making or decision making. So how do we analyze data using technology, and how do we improve our services using technology? But based on the experience, I'd like to talk about three things. First, of course, on leadership, and that includes, of course, the political aspect of it, the policies that we have in the Philippines. Well, as to policies, we have a number of mechanisms. And in the operationalization of that, local government units are adapting to it. But there are local government units, especially in the rural areas, that cannot afford to use technology. So this is happening right now. And if you compare that to urban areas like the one I mentioned earlier, in the case of Valenzuela, it's in the National Capital Region. And when you look at leadership, they really have forward-looking leaders, young, dynamic leaders who are into technology, who are into really looking at efficiency and effectiveness, transparency and accountability. The reason why they were able to implement or operationalize public services with the use of technology, and that is through ordinance. So ordinance is very important at the local level in order for them to institutionalize the use of technology. And this technology is embedded across public sector services that they have: education, health, environment, and everything else. So this is one of the best practices. In the rural areas, I mentioned earlier that we have one in Liluan that is a fourth-class municipality, I guess. And they're able to have the basic application of technology, and that is the database for all barangay, the sub-level at the local government unit. And they have that database to improve their services. So it depends on the capacity and the capability of local government units to operationalize and use technology or employ. Secondly, of course, collaboration. Collaboration is very important at the local level because local government units are overwhelmed on how to use technology. Even in the creation of the website, they need technical assistance from experts. So they collaborate with experts and the CSOs likewise, and private institutions. But LGUs must be assisted in terms of the so-called public-private partnership. So we are doing this, and we are introducing to them on how to navigate on the public-private partnership so that they will be assisted financially and technically as well. And of course, the last one is about changing mindsets. So mindset is very important. Actually, it was mentioned also by Dr. Paul earlier that digital mindset is really all about conditioning as well, and changing the way they think about things from manual to digital, even in decision making. So right now we have to capacitate our local and national officials on how to decide based on evidence using technology. So that is data analytics. So there are a lot of things actually that we have to really delve into, especially in the Philippines, because we are also forwarding to the so-called smart universities. But then again, we have to answer the question, for whom is this? It's for the people. So it should be the use of technology should be people-centric, so that everyone will be able to really appreciate the advantage of using technology, especially at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lizan. So in Philippines, there are 3 Ks: the leadership, you have young and dynamic leaders, and collaboration, and also how to change mindset to use the technology. And this is actually a very interesting question about how to use technology in rural areas. So I will invite Dr. Martada. I know that you're talking about smart city, but how about in Malaysia? Do you have anything, but probably experience about the use of technology in rural Malaysia? Okay. So while waiting for the Professor Martada, probably we will also see if there's any next question. Okay, so this is the next question. This is actually quite open because the participant didn't address this for a specific speaker. So how to raise awareness in increasing digital capabilities, especially for people, tech-averse people. And this is actually related to what you have mentioned about changing mindset. So how to do that actually. So maybe you have to talk more about that. Probably Prof. Paul, you want to share first?
I think I addressed that question previously.
Okay.
Didn't talk about I talked about technological adverse people and needing to be where they are at. Certainly the raising of awareness is trying to help people understand the benefits of the technology. We also have to be honest about that, because too often digital technology is seen as only having wonderful benefits without actually understanding how it might fit into people's lives. We know from research in using digital technology for health benefits, etc., that people will use the technology, the app, whether it's a monitoring app or a mindfulness app or mental health, etc., and they'll use it for a little while, for a few weeks, but then they will stop using it. And that's largely because it doesn't fit within their lives. They don't continue on because that initial boost doesn't have an integration within their activities of their daily life. So we need to think about, well, how do we make this connect to the needs that they have rather than impose the needs that we have? And clearly, if you want to get people engaging with government and you're shifting them from in-person to online, there is an objective there to do that. We also think the need to go, well, okay, well, maybe we can use government technology to try to address people who are more likely to take it up. And there will be circumstances and people who actually will prefer to interact with people. And so I'm working out that we actually may need to deliver our services in a nuanced way that for some people, for 80% of the people, digital technology will work well for them, but for 20% of the people, it won't. And we need to be open to that when we design administrative systems.
Okay, thank you so much for the addition, Paul. So there's actually still the next question. So this one, I still not see from your presentation. Oh, this is for Professor Martada. Professor Martada, are you still with us? So this is the question about the graphics of effectiveness, the system that implemented in Malaysia that shows the decline of crime cases. All right, so we are still trying to contact Professor Martada. So because it's a specific question for Malaysian cases, so I don't think any other speaker can answer for that. But for the previous question, is there any of you has anything to add, especially about how to make people know how to use digital technologies? Probably from Dr. Lizan, Prof. Endang, and Dr. Zulfikar.
Yeah, can I go first? Yeah, so
Yes,
the question
of course.
is how to increase capacity and awareness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we have ongoing training for our officials, for our civil servants in the Philippines. We have this the freedom of information. That's one that is basically about technology as well. We also have a national program which is on a digital transformation, and that is being funded by the government. So it's open to everyone, actually, even those who are not in the government, they can enroll. And that is a short course, and that is across the country, tapping university students to be features literate and features digital ready for that matter. So I think we targeted around 30,000 of them to be part of digital transformation and digital literacy. So that's one. And likewise, it's embedded across government agencies, especially in e-governance. Of course, we have a program that in our MPA degree, right? And also with local government units, because we are looking really at digitalization and digitization in the country. So it's really about sharing and co-creating ideas about digital governance. And as mentioned earlier, it's really about, changing mindset. And actually the United Nations in their publication, articulated that changing mindset is a strategy towards sustainable development, and digital mindset is one. And if you have the digital mindset, there are set skills and competencies that are needed in order for you to bring or to establish strong institutions, inclusivity, and likewise sustainability. So yeah, it's about education, it's about training, and it's all about knowledge co-creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lizanne. So sharing about how to build digital capabilities, by including the education, of course. Dr. Sulfikar, do you have anything to add before we close the session?
Yeah, I have one last point that I would like to highlight regarding digitalization. It seems to me a lot of people, a lot of government, officials, a lot of city leaders are so obsessed with digitalization. And they assume that once they adopt digital technology, it will make their system much better. The fact is that you cannot, expect that your organization will be working better just by using digital technology. Digital technology is a tool, but what really makes an organization to work or the government to function is the ability of that organization. The structure of the government bureaucracy, the standard of procedures that is applied to all processes that the government organizations need to do. So digitalization is not a panacea. It's not like a magic bullet, and it will only help if the organization or its governments already meet this minimum standard of being able to function properly. Otherwise, you're gonna waste a lot of money just to buy digital technologies, but it doesn't really work.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sulfikar. Yes, right. So we at least agree at the point that technology isn't everything, so it can't solve the problem automatically. And I've seen Professor Martada. Are you still with us? And okay, that's fine. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the end of this session. So we have talked about so many things about technology, digital governance, collaborative governance. Professor Paul Henman has talked about the weak problems, how to use artificial intelligence, and based on case studies built about 3 principles towards collaborative governance. And Dr. Lizanne has said so many things about how Philippines is policies integrated the system to use technology, and there are also best practices. So thank you so much for sharing those with us. And Dr. Sulfikar Amir has talked about how Singapore can be a small but powerful country, especially in terms of economics, and there are factors on that. And of course, technology also plays a role in their strategies. And Prof. Endang has said about this is the case in Indonesia. We have electronic-based governance system, even though there are challenges, especially in terms about digital capabilities and about the tools that are not so user-friendly and all. And the last, Professor Martada has also shared with us about smart city in Malaysia, how the frameworks and also how the strategies to make it work. So thank you so much for sharing all of those with us. I hope that what you shared brings probably insight, inspiration, so we can find about a better strategies for the future. Because like we have discussed, technology is not a panacea. It's not the solution of all. So we have to work to find a better strategies. We have to learn about the lesson learned from Philippines, Malaysia, Australia, and anywhere else. So we can generate more ideas, do more research. So we can use data technology to build even better evidence-based policies. So hopefully that will improve our governance in Indonesia and elsewhere. So we can, in the end, we can expect that the development will also be better. Our political, social, economic will also be better for everyone. So thank you all the speakers for coming. See you in the next occasion. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, mark the ends of the discussion session. So I as the moderator will sadly bid goodbye. Thank you for coming. So good morning and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached conclusion of our opening ceremony. Before I end up this opening, we would like to present the certificate to the speakers. The first certificate is for Professor Paul Henman. Thank you for coming. The second certificate is for Dr. Lizan Iparanti Kalina. Thank you for sharing with us. The third certificate is for Mr. Zulfikar Amir, PhD. Thank you for your insight. The fourth certificate is for Professor Dr. Ahmad Martadabi Muhammad. Thank you for coming. The fifth certificate is for Professor Endang Wirjatmi, TMSI. Thank you. The sixth certificate is for Dr. Triwidodo W. Utama, SH. Thank you. We would also like to ask you for a group pictures. Please turn on your camera and give your best expression. One, two, three. Next slide. 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 One, two, three. Okay. For the participant certificate, please fill the attendance form shared by the committee in the chat. 2. We have organized workshop that you can join. Please check the schedule is on your screen. We would like to invite you to come to the workshop you are interested in at 1 p.m. And finally, this is the end of the first session. I would like to extend our gratitude to all the speakers and participants. See you in the next session very soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hmm. Hmm. Teh Maya.
Iya.
Barusan saya lagi ngajar di kelas dulu, ngasih mata kuliah. Udah selesai ya? Oke, thank you very
Iya,
much
Pak.
ya.
Iya.
Ini saya dari Tasikmalaya. Saya baru tadi lihat jam 8-an tadi, makanya saya terlambat masuk ya.
It's okay, Pak.
Oke, saya alumni 2017 dari LAN itu.
Selamat datang ya, Pak.
Oke. Itu sertifikatnya gimana ya, Bu Maya?
Sertifikatnya ada melalui link ya, Pak.
Oh, linknya. Kita daftar
Iya.
kemana itu?
Isi daftar hadirnya, Pak.
Tolong Bu Maya daftar hadirnya ya. Saya tunggu ya.
Baik, Pak.
Baik, thank you Bu Maya, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lelah hati ini menggapai hatimu, tak jua menyatu. Lelah hati ini, bagaimana kelak ku akan melangkah La 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 la. Sha la 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 la. Sha la 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 la. La 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 la. Sha la 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 la. Angkat ngagandelang, bangun tayak karingran, nganggo sinjang di lambang, mojang priangan. Umat inu tujuh, surak seri nyari, larak lirik kepat, mojang priangan. Dirangsukan kabarnya, nambihan cahayana, dang dosan sederhana, mojang priangan. Dirangsukan kabarnya, nambihan cahayana, dang dosan sederhana, mojang priangan. kolong di kolong anjing ngagonggong. Aduh, kuring tulungan. Kuring di udah bagong. Tilil endok celentong say asa jagung. Kuring di udah ke bagong na becir lompat ke kolong di kolong smile without you. I can't laugh and I can't sing. I'm finding it hard to do anything. You see, I feel glad when you're glad. I feel sad when you're sad. If you only knew what I am going through, I just can't smile without you. You came along just like a song and brightened my day. Would I believe that you were part of a dream? Now it all seems light years away. And now you know I can't smile without you. I can't smile without you. I can't laugh and I can't sing. I'm finding it hard to do anything. You see, I feel glad when you're glad. I feel sad when you're sad. If you only knew what I am going through, I just can't smile. Some people say happiness takes so very long to find. Well, I'm finding it hard leaving your love behind me. And now you see that I can't smile without you. I can't smile without you. tell me that you saw it, didn't think I'd turn around and say that it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. Chance, take a fall, take a shot from you. I need you like a heart needs a beat for something new. I love you with a fire red, now it's turning blue. And you say sorry like an angel, heaven let me think was you. But I'm afraid, and it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. When will I see you again? When will we share precious moments? Will I have to wait forever? Or will I have to suffer and cry the whole night through? share precious moments. Will I have to wait forever? Or will I have to suffer and cry the whole night through? When will I see you again? When will our hearts beat together? Are we in love or just friends? Is this my beginning or is this the end? When will I see you again? When will I see you again? When will I see you again? When will I see you? Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy born less in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Singing in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Paying anything to load the dice. Just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think that I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me, but deep down explain, with no vivid reasons here to find. Yet the thought of losing you've been hanging around my mind. Far more frequently you're wearing cologne, with you say no special place to go. But when I ask, will you be coming back soon? You don't know.